dimmers, spiritual breakfast, soul food dinners, Isaiah's vision, Ezekiel's figures. Walk through the fire, no one limbers. Kings and judges, prophets profound, plowing the word, no mythical ground. Verse after verse, wisdom's bound. Heavenly soundtrack, soul serving sound. Anybody in here blessed? Anybody in here blessed? Bible in 1 year, we don't rest. Anybody in here blessed? No shortcuts, all divine routes. Listen to the whispers, no room for doubt. Parables drop stronger than gold faucets. Souls hydrated from divine prophets. Study the book, change perspectives. Carefully crafted, not too subjective. A year to reflect, learning perfect. Patterns of grace that time can't deflect. Old Testament drops deep and so real. Kings and warriors, covenant seals. Split that Red Sea, divine reveal. Commandments written, not made of steel. Bethlehem birth to cross on the hill. Unfolding the nappy blessings, pastor with skill. Scripture flip, every verse fulfilled.
Through the word, every verse, every chapter, nothing unheard. Everybody in here blessed, I'm blessed. Everybody in here blessed, I'm blessed. Yo, online sermons, holy vibes delivered, spreading light, got the sinners reconsidered. Psalm to psalm, man's like a holy DJ, flipping through scripture, repping the Yahweh. Your emotes in the chat, praising the message, flat cap on point, teaching eternal lessons. Everybody in here blessed, I'm blessed. Everybody in here blessed, I'm blessed. Digital pulpit, preaching like a pro. Followers grow as the faith overflow. Keyboard clicks, holy words they stick, raining blessings down with a slick rhyme trick. Virtual congregation, united in devotion. 1 year strong, a spiritual promotion. He's a life coach with divine instructions. Streaming holiness, no room for interruption. Flat cap changed the game, new pastoral fame. Virtual shepherd, he's embracing the mainframe. In the comments, affirmatives and amens. With each Goliath tackled, faith extends. Everybody in here blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. Everybody in here blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. Yo, online sermons, holy vibes delivered, spreading light, got the sinners reconsidered. Psalm to psalm, man's like a holy DJ, flipping through scripture, repping the Yahweh. Your emotes in the chat, praising the message, flat cap on point, teaching eternal lessons. Everybody in here blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. Everybody in here blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. Digital pulpit, preaching like a pro. Followers grow as the faith overflow. Keyboard clicks, holy words they stick, raining blessings down with a slick rhyme trick. Virtual congregation, united in devotion. 1 year strong, a spiritual promotion. He's a life coach with divine instructions. Streaming holiness, no room for interruption. Flat cap changed the game, new pastoral fame. Virtual shepherd, he's embracing the mainframe. In the comments, affirmatives and amens. With each Goliath tackled, faith extends. Everybody in here blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. 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 Digital pulpit, preaching like a pro. Followers grow as the faith overflow. Keyboard clicks, holy words they stick, raining blessings down with a slick rhyme trick.
Flat cap pastor, dashing through pages. Chronicles, Gospels, prophets, sages. Leviticus, laws to pause, find phrases. Turning them corners, no spiritual mazes. Genesis to Revelation, so divine. Flip them scripts, endless grace you'll find. Psalms singing sweet, unbroken lines. Hitting that rhythm, wordplay refined. Anybody in here blessed? Anybody in here blessed? Bible in 1 year, we don't rest. Anybody in here blessed? Wake up early, the dawn's light. swimmers, spiritual breakfast, soul food dinners, Isaiah's vision, Ezekiel's figures, walk through the fire, no one limbers, kings and judges, prophets profound, plowing the word.
Welcome in, everybody. How are you doing today, everybody? I hope you're doing well. Hope your day is good so far, that you're starting the week off right. So, I think my volume's that good there. Maybe I had a little bit too much of a head turn away from the microphone, or maybe I just need to speak more clearly. Welcome in, Papstio. Subdue the day. Good to see you. I was actually just watching a video on hearing loss, which was kind of interesting of how most of what the medical establishment has done is try to address severe hearing loss, and most people have minimal hearing loss, and so it doesn't get addressed, it doesn't get fixed, it gets ignored, and so people either do nothing or they have to wait till they get really bad hearing loss, and that was interesting kind of like assessment there. Of course, they're trying to promote, their thing that they finally developed. So, what did you say? I didn't hear you. Well, actually, one of the things that we're talking about is how you start to lose certain letters out of words that are spoken. So letters like T and S and F are higher frequency letters, and they'll drop out of words, and so your brain is trying to process the word cat, and it didn't hear the T on the end, and it wasn't sure if it was a T or what it was, and then it's straining your brain to listen, and it becomes hard and fatiguing, and you miss stuff, and you don't understand, and that kind of a process starts. Yeah, I can say that I are half deaf your whole life. Oh, really? Wow. Yep, we like to fix the big problems and not the root cause. Yeah, well, part of it is you can't fix the problem. We do, at least not yet. We do not know how to repair the hair, is what they're called, in your inner ear that waves to, hear or transmit the signals to your brain for, what sound is and what words are. The cilia, thank you. Couldn't remember the name. The cilia. Once they're damaged, they're done. Once they die, they're gone. So, anyway, how's everybody's day? How was your weekend? Did you do anything fun or exciting? I started power washing the house. Celia, I am down on my knees. I'm begging you, please don't go. Oh, Cecilia. Bob. Welcome in. So anyway, what I was saying is I started power washing the house. So I think rather than actually go over to doing co-working stream this morning. Yeah, oops, wrong window. I'm going to see, because I want to try to test this out. So I'm thinking of being able to open a window where I am just connected to a video call on my computer, and then I will take that video call and broadcast it. So it's going to be a work in progress kind of a thing to see if that works. Then I can use my computer to do all of the upload and monitoring and all of that stuff for the stream, and I will just use my phone for connecting via the group communication that'll be broadcast. So I think that's going to work. I think I've got that figured out, and I want to play around with it because I'd love to do biking streams. So this is kind of a way to me test it out. So I'll have to make sure I've got my Wi-Fi off on the phone and that I'm just using the data. So anyway, we get done with Bible. I'm going to try to play around with that today, see if I can get that to go and work on that. So it'll be a test. We'll see if it works. Who knows? Who knows if it'll work out? Yeah, you know, another streamer who uses her home computer for the IRL stream. Yeah. I'm thinking that's the way to do it is I just broadcast into here because I don't need to do the upload speed. I just need to do the connection because what that also might let me do with some coordination is actually stream when I'm not home. Oh, no, that won't. I was going to say, because my computer be with me, that doesn't work. Unless if it does. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Hobo Bob, you took the family to Baltimore to take the kids to see Danny Go live on Saturday. Stayed in a hotel in the city and went to the National Aquarium and met some friends before headed home. The National Aquarium, that sounds pretty cool. Danny Go, if you were here for some of the workouts, we did those every once in a while. Not my favorite. Okay, Roach. Morning, peeps. Welcome in. Cat Jam, Supersonic. Good to see you. I hope you had a good time with the kids, though. Hope they all enjoyed it. All right. Okay, let's get over to the fish and check out what's going on there.
Gamers and cosplayers.
Oops, sorry.
Last year, ReachConf was an absolute blast. And in real
Streaming life by the reeds.
Okay, if you notice, the Guppy Cam is back. The Guppy Cam is back. So Friday, I noticed that Mama Bird was not coming back to the nest. And Mama Bird did not come back. I did not see Mama Bird on Saturday. I did not see Mama Bird yesterday. So I took the cam down because Mama Bird either is gone or she abandoned the nest. So I don't know what happened. So, anyway, we got the guppies back. The camera doesn't look so good on the guppies. I might need to adjust some of the settings. Hey, Wirus making a scene there for us.
Little fish, both big and small. Life in ponds so serene.
Howdy, Wirus.
Beauty on a screen. See the ripples, watch the flow. Hear the music.
I have not taken the nest down, Papstio. I'm gonna give it another day or so, just in case. But I'm like pretty like the chances of me not seeing her through that whole time. But the chicks yesterday morning were still peeking their heads out. So like maybe Mom was just super busy and I never saw her, which seemed unlikely over 3 days time. But yeah, I'm gonna wait. Yeah, the chicks are still there. Yeah, they're not big enough to fly away. So I don't know if it was a matter of she was not getting enough to be able to feed the chicks. You know, there weren't enough worms. That was one thought I had. Or if something happened to her. So I'm not sure what the deal is.
Nature's beauty on
Hard to say. Sadly, some local cat may have gotten her something. That's what my wife said. She thought a local cat may have gotten her. Like, I don't know. Maybe. Papsy, you haven't seen any activity in your nest at all. The chicks were huge the last time you looked. Okay.
Watch the fish, they swim along to the rhythm of his song.
All right, and Wirus is trying to slip away.
Shows the way. Stream it live, come what may.
So we'll just come back over here. Yeah, Robin as well. Yeah, it was. Oh, yeah, you're asking what kind. Yes, Robin. Southside Love TV. Thank you for the biddies. Good morning. All right, so hey, it loaded up today. It doesn't always do that. How many cameras do you have set up? I have those 4 cameras that I was just showing you, and I have a underwater cam in the pond. So I have 5 cams set up. I would like to get more cameras, but that's currently what I have. So, you know, I've got 4 aquariums in this room. So, you know, I could have 4 cameras if I wanted to. But I also, what was the other thing I was thinking of? Oh yeah, like there's a hummingbird feeder out my wife's window. I'd like to get a cam on the hummingbirds. That would be fun. It's love. Southside love. Can't forget the love part. I noticed you left out the TTV. It's all good. Hey, by the way, we are passing the cap for Wordy Girl. Wordy Girl is struggling since she got laid off a couple of years ago from her primary job and only been able to work as a cashier and a streamer. And so taking care of housing this month has been a difficulty. So we are supporting Wordy Girl. If you would like to help Wordy Girl, let's go check and see how much, where she's at. So when I last checked last week, it was at 67% of the goal. Let's refresh this. It looks like nothing came in over the weekend. So she's still at 67% of being able to pay all of her housing that she needs to. So, you know, paying the mortgage, paying the utilities, all of that stuff. And we're trying to help out. Oh, yes, cashier is still something rather than nothing. Yeah, and I think recently her hours got cut as well with people getting less money, less to spend, economy slowing down, and not getting all the hours she has. Wait, how many fish tanks are in your room? There are 4 fish tanks in the room. You didn't know that? There's YWIS over here. There's one behind me right over here, which, you know, I've shown before. And then there's 2 of them back here. Discom, yeah, she is still streaming. I don't know her schedule, her regular schedule. Oh, and there's also a big nursery in the back room, which I made a VOD of before. That's, what is that, 3 foot by 8 foot long by 18 inches deep. So that tank, that nursery back there is larger than all these other aquariums combined. Southside Love, thank you for the biddies. Okay. Let's see where we are. We are in Mateo. 26:25 is where we left off. Matthew 26:25. Let me change what we are focused on. Zack Attack. Tip of the cap, friend. Tip of the cap. More biddies! Thank you. And to think, it all started with 5 cheap goldfish. Yes. It all started with 5 cheap goldfish. Supersonics, spot of tea. I did get some new tea. It is decaf English breakfast that I have today. So, spot of tea. A spot of tea. We're having some very fine English breakfast. I had gotten a decaf version before. I did not care for it so much. I'm trying another one. This one's okay. I still don't like it as much as the tea that I had been drinking, but I'm trying to cut my caffeine. So there's that. Okay, Matthew 26:25. You love tea? Yeah, I do too. There's a possibility we could finish today. We could finish Matthew today. That would be quite a nice accomplishment. I wish I would leave these off. The fact that I have it set for them to not be there would be nice if you would honor that every time I go on it. You don't drink tea or coffee? Well, that's all right. You like drinking water. Your brother tries different teas. I've got several that I like. Oh, it says she streamed 2 weeks ago last, Discom. Oh, wow. I did not realize she had not been on recently. Because I thought, oh, maybe it was just a prayer request that I saw her 2 weeks ago. Or maybe it was the last time she streamed. 99% of the time, you just drink 2% milk or water. Well, 2% milk, that's 98% water anyway, isn't it? I mean, if it's only 2% milk, what's the rest of it? Southside, I love this tea. It's got this. It's made by Twinnings. It has a type of citrus fruit in it that you really enjoy. Twinnings, decent brand. I've moved away from bag tea to loose leaf tea, and they do have some good ones in there too. I've had some. Get a nice little tin. You can do that. I'm now buying in the bigger bulk bags because I drink so much. Yeah, I know, Supersonic. It's 2% fat in the milk. Not, yeah, I know. But people say skim milk is still a bit of milk. Whole milk is 4%, which is too thick for me. Well, you get used to something. Excuse me. You get used to something, and that's what you like. All right. So 26-25 is where we left off. So he was going to the upper room. Is where we were at. Oh, that's right. We did get through the first part of the upper room from Matthew of one of you is going to betray me. We got to the one of you is going to betray me, and every single one of them saying, not me, no, not me, including Judas. Okay. I didn't want to get into the communion part. Southside, Lose, my brother, does that. Oh, Loose, your brother does that too. You all would like each other. He buys his teas and puts them in a special cup and pours water over it, and it makes tea. Oh, I did have, and I used it for years, a special container that had the cylinder inside of it to make tea. You pour your hot water in, you put it in there, it sits in there, it's steeping the tea in your thermos right while you're making it. However, I switched to the Russian method of making tea, which is you boil the tea leaves in the pot. That is the Russian method of doing it. Instead of getting the raw water to the right temperature and steeping, you boil it in there. You just straight. Now, you have to have lower temperature for green tea or else it'll get bitter. And I've got electric kettle that has all of those settings on there for green tea and other kinds of tea. There's different temperatures for everything. Okay. While they were eating, Jesus took bread, and after giving thanks, he broke it, gave it to his disciples, and said, okay, before we get to, does Mrs. Cap drink tea? No, not so much. And she will drink tea, but she, like, I make a whole pot, and there's some sitting on the counter, and it just sits there from what doesn't fit in here. So I'll reheat it and pour it in later. She doesn't drink it. I will occasionally make for her a nice chai. She does have some mushroom tea, which is good for digestion. She just does the tea bags for that, but otherwise, no. She drinks more water. Mrs. Cap. Sorry, this is funny, Mrs. Cap. She's doing well for the most part. You can be praying for her. I don't share this often, but she's in the middle of doing some certification work. She took her test on Saturday to finish the certification, and she did not pass the test. So she had to pay to do a retake, and she's got a week to retake the test. So she's got to study again this week to retake. And then if she doesn't pass, then she's got to wait a month to do that all over again. So she's really anxious about all of that. And then, oh no, it cost extra money to retake, all of that stuff. So, yeah. RCN, you drink a full 12 cups of all black coffee every morning. Yeah, I usually don't get into coffee until afternoon because I've just gotten such a habit of tea for so many years that if I want coffee, I'll do it in the afternoon. I was actually thinking about coffee the other day. I often will also do cold brew is a way to do it. Zach Attack, what are you asking for prayer for? What are we praying for? I think I put a little bit too much ice in here to cool this off this morning. In general, good day. Okay. No problem. No problem. Check the temp on that now. Yeah, that's better. Too much coffee. Well, I drink 1.5 liters of tea a day. So, you know, what is too much? God, we're praying for everyone who is here and all of our families to just have a good, a blessed day. Whatever our task is for the day, may we be fully invested and able to spend the time that is needed when we are in relationships with others. May we be able to develop those in a deeper way. May any of our cares and anxiety, may you take those from us so that we aren't just having our minds dwell on those over and over again and being consumed by things. God, we just pray all these things and ask your blessing in Jesus' name. Amen. Just realizing I did not start my my background music today. Pull that up. Give it a second here to get started. You sometimes go through 2 gallons of milk a week. I used to drink on that level of that much, but do not drink milk very often anymore. Did the 90-day exercise complete? Yes, the 90-day exercise completed a week ago Saturday. So we didn't have any exercise last week. We're done. I'm wanting to figure out how to stream from my bike. I think I figured out a process for that. We're going to do a test run, not on a bike stream today. We're going to do a test run of me being power washing the house later today. So, Kazaku, you don't understand all the things of the Bible, right? Surely you don't. Some of the things. Oh, yeah, I totally don't understand everything. I don't think anybody can. And if anybody does understand everything, how do we know that they're the ones who have it right since we don't all agree on everything? So, I will usually say that I'm convinced that 80% of what I believe is 100% correct. I just don't know which is the 80% and which is the 20%. So, I study it constantly. I am not only studying it, I'm listening to others and getting their input and their understanding, and which is totally, I think the way we should do it. I also think that doing it in community is a wonderful thing that we can do. I've actually toyed around with the idea of more having a Discord chat going where we were chatting while I was streaming it. And maybe we'll pursue that. Who knows? Onesimus Prime, you're up. You're up early today, my friend. How are you? Hope you are well. By the way, if those of you do not know, over on the Fish Cam, the avatar over there, Onesimus, helped out to be able to make that work so that when I chat, the mouth moves, which is fun. Excuse me. Joshua 1:5. No man will be able to stand before you all the days of his life, just as I have been with Moses, I will be with you. I will not fail you or forsake you. Ooh, you just reformatting your computer, been up all night. Ugh. That doesn't sound fun. Supersonic. Even if we knew all of the Bible by memory, there is still a lot to learn. Expand your knowledge. You can read a section 10 times and learn something new each time. Supersonic, absolutely. Going to have you on the background while you finish setting up the battle station. Ooh. Cool, man. All right, so we're in the upper room, and Jesus has just said, hey, he took bread and he broke it and he gave it to them. He's about to speak. I paused there before that because I want everyone to think about what kind of bread Jesus has in his hands. Jesus has unleavened bread. How do I know that? Because the Passover feast is connected with and associated with Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Before this whole celebration, you would have cleaned the house and gotten all yeast out of it. Every aspect of yeast is out of your house. No sourdough bread, my friend. You're just mixing the flour. You are just baking it. You're not letting it rise. It's flat bread. Jesus is going to take flat bread. So if you've seen something like a naan, real thin, but think of that. Maybe a cracker is a good. I know you've probably seen matzah bread. That could be something like that, but think about it being fresh, so it might not be fully crispy. Don't know entirely, but it's going to be a super thin wafer is what he's going to have. So I just wanted that in our minds, regardless of what you actually have seen or used in your church. It might be different. Communion cracker, need grape juice to wash it down. Yeah. Okay. So he says, take, eat, this is my body. I want to go over to the Greek here. So Matthew 26:26. I'm not trying to prove any theological point. I just want to see what words does Jesus use here in Matthew 26:26. Okay, so you can still figure out the interpretation, the application, the understanding of implication. I want to see, though, what words he uses to convey this, or I should say what Matthew uses to convey this. Take, eat, tauto, este, mu, soma. Is, este. I know, this is funny. We're going to look up is. What the meaning of is.
Strong's G 2076 ST. Sayers Lexicon. I me.
Okay. So it's really simple. Is, are, was, be, have, not translated, miscellaneous, various variations of is. So I'm just pointing this out because Jesus doesn't say, this is becoming my body. He doesn't say, this represents my body. Jesus uses the phrase, this is my body. Now, what does that mean? I'm not answering that question. I'm just saying that it is the way that Jesus phrases it. I've gotten when I emphasize that the bread itself is Jesus' body, that somehow I'm in some other vein of theology and people disagree with that, or like I'm just repeating the words of Jesus. Jesus said, "This is my body," and I say, "This is the body of Christ. This is Jesus' body. I just want to emphasize that. Now, how do you understand that? I'm not even talking about transubstantiation, consubstantiation, any of those kinds of things that theologies that are developed about understanding the presence, real presence, spiritual presence, actual presence, any kind of way we could describe that of what happens when we do it. I'm only trying to understand what happened in the upper room. Okay. Kazaku, do you think God still kind of have a prophets thing in Israel? That's talks with him. I don't know why you thought that God doesn't talk to Israel anymore, but maybe it could be that God still talks with his people Israel. You know, that's not even a question I've even ever thought of, Kazaku. I've never thought of, is there a current prophet, or has there been ongoing prophets speaking to Israel? I would say I don't know that Israel has identified one. Israel hasn't claimed, or at least that I'm aware of, any prophets that are risen up in Israel to speak to them. So that's interesting. I don't know. I thought you were going to go in a direction of, are there still prophets today? And a prophet is a person who speaks the word of God. Now, we usually think in the words of the idea of new revelation that is being conveyed, that a prophet is sharing, but really someone who prophesies is someone who is just declaring the truth of God. That's how we need to see it. So in that sense, yeah, there are prophets, people who declare the word of God. New revelation, I don't think there's anything new that we're lacking. Not to say that it could not happen, but I just have not seen anything that I would agree with. Yeah, discum, yeah, it was. What the definition is yes. It's supersonic. It's words plus. Words plus. We'll add a word when we look it up. So it's exclamation point, words plus to do that. Ooh, we haven't got to that part. We'll get to it in a second. Let's keep going. And after taking the cup and giving thanks, he gave it to them, saying, "Drink from it, all of you, for this is my blood, the blood of the covenant that is poured out for many for the forgiveness of sins." Okay. So again, the cup is... Why is it not high? Is my blood, not it becomes my blood, not it represents my blood. No, he's saying it is. So it doesn't mean he can't be talking metaphorically, but that's not the way. He doesn't say it's like my blood. He's not making an analogy. He's saying it is. So this is also why early Christians get accused of cannibalism, because they talk about eating the flesh and drinking the blood. Okay. For the forgiveness of sin. What word do we have here for forgiveness? Verse 28. Oops, wrong one. The remissions of sin. Okay. Ephesus?
Strong's G 859. Aphesis. Aphesis.
Ooh, release from bondage or imprisonment. Ooh, I really like that idea. Release from the imprisonment of sin. Release from the bondage of sin. So one of the motifs that we have throughout Scripture, we can go all the way back to Genesis, and we looked at this, that sin is crouching at the door. Its desire is for you, but you must master it. So which one is the master? Is sin ruling over you? Is sin your master? Are you a slave to sin? We have the people being released from the bondage. That's what the whole Exodus is about. That's what he is talking about here in context of the celebration is the Exodus of God releasing his people from bondage to the Egyptians. And here, I think we can clearly see that it is from the release of bondage to sin. It is from the release of bondage of sin. Like, we are no longer slave to sin. We are released from bondage from sin. Woo! Also, what did Jesus mean by do this? Oh, yeah, we didn't get to that part yet. We got to read a little further because later the apostles and early Christians actually does breaking the bread in half also. Well, it doesn't say broke in half. It just says broke it. So when you're breaking bread, it could just be breaking a piece off. It doesn't necessarily mean in half. It just says breaking it. Yeah, let's finish what we have here in Matthew first and see what Matthew says, and then we can look at that. Okay. I tell you, from now on, I will not drink this fruit of the vine until the day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom. Okay, so this is for you. Take and participate in this, and I'm not going to drink anything again until I drink it with you in the kingdom. So on some level, this sounds like the kingdom is imminent, the kingdom is coming soon, and boy, we're right on the verge. After singing a hymn, they went out to the Mount of Olives. Singing a hymn. The Hallel, Psalm 113 through 118 were sung during the meal. Psalm 113 and 114 were sung just after the second cup, and 115 to 118 were sung at the end of the meal after the fourth cup, or Hallel cup. Okay, so the fourth cup would be the Messiah cup or the Elijah cup, depending on how you labeled it. So throughout the meal, there are several different cups that are taken. And so when it says Jesus took the cup, it is the end of the meal. It is the fourth cup. It is the cup reserved for the Messiah who is to come. So if he is doing this and inaugurating that in connection with, that's a pretty big deal. However, I just want to point out here, after singing a hymn, it could have said singing a psalm. If it meant that they were singing the psalms of the meal, then it should say singing a psalm. Psalms, hymns, spiritual songs are different kinds of things that you would sing. So and I'm not alone, I think it's not one of the psalms. It is something else that's being sung. What is it? We don't know. I think the early church probably did. They probably sung it. I don't know what it is, but I think it's something other than the Psalms that were sung. Now, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe Matthew is just using the word hymn here in a different way, or a later scribe. I think all of our things say hymn. They don't say Psalms, but anyway. Okay. So they sing, and they go out to the Mount of Olives. Okay, so here, Kazaku, there is no do this in remembrance of me. So you are asking, though, where he says that. Excuse me. So Luke 22:19, we can go look there. Yeah, they daily devoted themselves one accord in the temple to breaking of bread from house to house. They were taking their meals together with gladness and sincerity of heart. Anamnesis.
Strong's G 364.
Anamnesis. Okay. Recollecting, remembering. It's only used 3 times. Where are these all used? Okay. Let's go look at Hebrew word here. because the others are simply a reference to what Jesus says in Luke. For the law having a shadow of the good things to come, for they would they not have ceased to be offered, having the worshipers once purged should have had no more conscious of sins, but to those sacrifices there is a remembrance again made for sin every year. For it is not possible the blood of bulls and goats should take away sin. Okay, so the remembrance of it is, so if we go to what they are doing here in the Passover feast, is remembering what God did when he brought them through the Red Sea. So in doing this, if Jesus is, and he took the Messiah cup, so he is there taking the Messiah cup, making the claims around, this is my body, and that is broken for you. Oh, he just says, take and eat here. Take, eat, this is my body. Drink from it, all of you. This is my blood, the blood of the covenant that is poured out for the forgiveness, for many, for the forgiveness of sins. So we might look at Luke. He might have a little bit different thing, but regardless, it is, why do they celebrate the Passover? To remember what God did. Why do we celebrate communion? To remember what Jesus did. That's it. We remember that. Like, I just heard someone talking about this on a podcast, the Christ event, which is an interesting thing. I don't use that language, but they were talking about the Christ event, using that language to shorten up everything that Jesus did. He came in the flesh. He lived a sinless human life. He sacrificed on the cross. He resurrected from the dead, and he ascended to the right hand of the Father. So the Christ event is from his birth to his ascension. That's the Christ event. So what are we doing when we take communion? We are remembering the Christ event, everything that he did, and especially with a high emphasis on him willingly laying down his life, dying, and resurrecting. That's what we are doing in the remembering of what he did, that his body was broken, that his blood was shed. Does that make sense, Kazaku? Then Jesus said to them, this night you will all fall away because of me, for it is written, I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock will be scattered. But after I am raised, I will go ahead of you into Galilee. Peter said to him, if they all fall away because of you, I will never fall away. But Jesus said to him, I tell you the truth, on this night, before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times. Peter said to him, even if, I must die with you, I will never deny you. And all the disciples said the same thing. Oh, wait. I thought only Peter said it. No, all of the others say the same thing. So when Judas speaks up and says, is it I who's gonna betray you? All the others say the same thing. Peter, he says, I will never deny you. The others all say the same thing. Acts 20, verse 7, and on the first day of the week, when they were gathered together to break bread, Paul began to speak to them, intending to leave the next day, and he prolonged his message until midnight. I have no idea if that's communion there. It just says break bread. So I don't know if that's communion. I'd have to read the whole thing. But to say it's a Catholic thing, all of us read the same passage and are trying to do things. So maybe it was just a meal. Maybe breaking bread was only referring to having a meal together, which they did. They did. Wade Mock, Zechariah 13:7. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, and against the man, my associate, declares the Lord of hosts. Strike the shepherd, that the sheep may be scattered, and I will turn my hand against the little ones. Yeah. So we've got a quote there. Up here. Now notice that yours was longer there because the New Testament doesn't have chapter verse. Okay? When the New Testament times, Jesus doesn't have chapter verse. He's quoting the part that, and Matthew's quoting the part for emphasis that wants to be, but we're supposed to think of the whole context there. I don't know the whole context there. I don't know my Zechariah well enough to be able to say, oh, here's what's going on in Zechariah where you're taking that quote from, and here's the next piece that I'm supposed to think about after that. Okay. So Peter steps up, says, I won't deny you. I'll be with you. And he says, no, you all are gonna. Then Jesus went them to a place called Gethsemane. And he says to his disciples, sit here while I go over there and pray. He took with him Peter and the two sons of Zebedee, and he became anguished and distressed. Then he said to them, my soul is deeply grieved, even to the point of death. Remain here and stay awake with me. Kazaku, I still go to church every Sunday with your family Catholic, and they go to us Ostia to eat after we say peace with each other. Peace be with you. Yeah, the Catholic Church. Well, I would say there's many churches who practice communion on a weekly basis. I like that idea because Jesus says, "Do this as depending on your translation, as often as you may in remembrance of me." So if we gather and we don't do it, couldn't we have done it? Well, that would have been as often as we could. Every time we meet would be as often as we could. I mean, I could make the claim I should do it here on stream every day. I'm also not a church. And anyway, yeah. Okay, so one of the things that's also supposed to happen in the festival is someone is supposed to be on guard all night watching. I'm trying to remember what they're supposed to be watching for. Let me go Google that a second. Okay. Night of watching. This looks like it might be what I want. Is the name of the night after the Passover feast when God redeemed Israel by slaying the firstborn in Jewish tradition, just as God redeemed the people on this night, so he will one day redeem them again. It's fascinating to see how God did this very thing by offering his son to redeem. Okay, blah, blah, blah. The Night of Watching is a poem. Okay, I want the reason behind it, not the poem. Sorry. Okay, here we go. This might be what I'm looking for. None of you shall go out of the door of the house until morning. Combine this idea with the verse. It was a night of watching by God to bring them out of the land of Egypt. So this same night is a night of watching kept to God by all people of Israel throughout their generations. Okay, so watching is the Hebrew word shemorim, which is uniquely used only in this one verse. The King James translates it, observe, but that could be misleading. The root shamar is a much more common word to keep, to guard, to protect, because the word observe and keep are both termed applied to the Sabbath, for instance. Okay. Skipping that whole comment. Shamor, referring to watching all night, and Pesha. I'm trying to remember how they pronounce Passover. Is just as active of process for me and my house after we painted the door red and after we eat our meal. We would then stay awake until the sun comes up, with no one leaving the house until the sun rises the next morning, throughout the night as the full moon crosses. Oh, so anyway, depending on what you are, there is the stay awake, be on guard. He is inviting them to do part of what the Passover celebration is. That was part of the point. There's usually, depending on when you were celebrating it, there was often a person with the role to stay awake. Not everyone had to, but somebody had to. So there's a part at which Jesus is keeping and inviting them to watch for the hand of God to be moving. Luke 22:19, and when he had taken some bread and given thanks, he broke it and gave it to them, saying, "This is my body, is given to you. Do this in remembrance of me." Yeah. Because the pastor actually quotes the thing also, "This is my body, which is given for you, for the remissions of your sins," all that blah, blah, blah. I think they added that. No, we just read that. We just read that, Kazaku, here in Matthew. It's not in Luke. It's right here. We just read that. Drink of it, all of you. This is my blood, the blood of the covenant that is poured out for many for the forgiveness of sins. So no, they're not adding. The word forgiveness there is often translated remission of. We looked the word up for forgiveness there, which also could be release from, like bondage, being set free from. So it's more a matter of taking the different passages that all talk about it, mashing them up into one, and using that. No, they didn't add it. They took it from Matthew and they added it to Luke. If that way you mean they added it, but it's still there. Okay. So they're okay. Okay, so they remain here and watch me. Going a little further, he threw himself down with his face to the ground and prayed. So here's one posture. Face down on the ground. My Father, if possible, let this cup pass from me. Yet not what I will, but what you will. Like, if people think at times like we need really long, lengthy prayers, this is it. If it's possible, let this cup pass from me, yet not what I will, but what you will. Then he came to the disciples and found them sleeping. He said to Peter, "So, couldn't you stay awake for me for 1 hour? Stay awake and pray that you will not fall into temptation. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak." So, is he saying the temptation of sleeping? Or is he talking now not about staying awake in a physical sense, but staying alert and on guard for the temptation that's going to come against him? Like, you should be praying in preparation for what you are going to endure, Peter. You should be praying for it. You should be going to the Father for strength to go. You are going to be tempted. You are in weakness. You should be not, like, we just read, oh, yeah, he fell asleep, so he told him he shouldn't fall asleep. I think he's talking deeper here. I think he's talking deeper. Yeah, are you in ads, Southside Love? I'm not showing. It says ads start in 3 minutes. Or you're just saying he should be doing support. And support. Please give the bits to your friend. It's not much. Absolutely. I will pass those on. And it doesn't have to be much. Oh, you left and came back. Okay. Okay. He went away a second time and prayed, "My Father, if if this cup cannot be taken away unless I drink it, your will be done." So, essentially the same prayer, but worded a different way. So he's praying the same thing. He came again and found them sleeping. They could not keep their eyes open. So leaving them again, this time he doesn't try to wake them. Leaving them again, he went away and prayed for the third time, saying the same thing once more. So when people tell you you should not pray, if you've ever heard someone say, if you pray more than once, that means you doubted. Jesus prays the same thing 3 times. He prays the same thing 3 times, that the cup pass from him. He just gave and initiated the cup. He's supposed to go and take the cup and endure it, and he's praying that it... Is there another way? You guess you agree with the communion bread thing that the Catholics also do? Yeah, and they've got different thoughts on why they do it. I don't know that I agree with them. I'm not one that's going to exclude from participation. Anybody who wants to come, I'm an open communion. Open table is usually the word it's called. Open table versus closed table, and that just has to do with do you have to have very, very specific requirements and be a member in the very particular group of people to participate? That would be closed communion. Open communion meaning, no, if you are from a recognized group of people where you are able to participate, you are welcome. And I might even go further than that. But then he came to the disciples and said to them, "Are you still sleeping and resting? Look, the hour is approaching, and the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. Get up, let us go. Look, my betrayer is approaching." I don't think there's no requirement thingy. Jesus doesn't add any requirements. Yeah, neither the apostles. Well, depends on how you understand the apostles in the New Testament, whether they add things or don't. Lucis, I'm going into ads. We're going to do the no cap now or when I'm in the ads? Because ads should be coming in here any minute now. Southside, he so loves us, he wants to not feel what he knew was coming, but he is enough by his blood. It is done. Yeah. Ads should be right now. So let's go check out the fish. See, I usually do the fish anyway, so I'm gonna let the ReachCon.
Attention streamers, content creators, gamers, and cosplayers. Last year, ReachConf was an absolute blast. An in-real-life celebration where creators connected, impactful speakers inspired, gaming tourneys, on-stage shenanigans, and fantastic music kept the energy high. It was more than an event. It was a community coming together. Get ready for ReachConf 2025, happening November 6 to 8. All the best parts of gaming and creative culture will be there, live and in person. Last year, we hit capacity, and even with increased numbers this year, tickets are sure to sell fast. Don't miss your chance to be part of the ultimate IRL experience. Grab your tickets now and join the movement.
Pond so serene, nature's beauty on a screen. See the ripples, watch the flow. Hear
Sun
the
might peek through the clouds there.
music, gentle glow. Flat caps charm and calming tone makes the fish feel right at home. Watch the fish, they swim along to the rhythm of his song. Flat cat pasture shows the way, Stream it live, come what may. Refuse Cammy shows
It looks
it
like
all.
I'm back from ads,
Little
but
fish, both
it's still
big and
telling
small.
me, because I'm watching another stream, that I
Life
still had
in
another like
pond
10,
so
15
serene.
seconds,
Nature's
whatever.
beauty
Super
on
weird
the
that way.
screen.
Super weird. I don't know why it does that.
See the ripples, watch the flow.
The good hair is for everyone, said an He-Man echo effect. Spawning time. I checked this morning. It didn't look like it. There is some foam up in the upper part of the pond. But we have had, like, I'm in the area that's getting a lot of the Canadian smoke, and we've had a lot of pollen. I think that's what's causing the surface there. I did have to add water to the pond this morning. I got a lot of evaporation. We're finally in the heat. Well, we got some heat. We're not in the heat of summer yet, but we had some heat. So I'm keeping an eye out for it. I'll let you know. Those that were not here earlier, you notice the bird nest is not on cam. Mother bird, I have not seen since Friday. So Friday was the last time I saw mother bird. Did not see mother bird all day Saturday. Did not see mother bird all day Sunday. Either something happened to mother bird or she abandoned the nest thinking that she couldn't feed them adequately, but don't know. So I took the cam down. I thought that made sense rather than just, watching a bird's head. The birds were still in there. They were still moving yesterday. I don't know if they're moving today. So, there is maybe she's just so active that I don't catch her on camera. But I would have thought overnight at the end of the day, she would be there. Yeah, if they're spawning, we may need another fish tank. If they are spawning, I may just not take all of the eggs and try to get any this year. That might be what it is. But then again, maybe I will. If they spawn and I do that, I will probably take all of the fish that I have in the back room and move them into the pond, because that was what that back room was designed for, is to be for the eggs in there. So we'll see. Who knows what I do? Okay. So we have Jesus 3 times praying, or a new pond, or I can't do Facebook Marketplace. You cannot sell fish on Facebook. You can't sell pets. It's illegal, or it's against their policies. You cannot. Now, maybe I could make a Shopify account. I don't know about Shopify, if they have rules against being a pet store. But if I were to sell online, I also have to go register with the DNR and get licensed with the DNR. And I just don't want to go through all the hassle. So I do have a flyer up at the feed store, because I figure I'm better selling to like a farmer that wants to stock a pond. Department of Natural Resources. So they're the ones that oversee wildlife and land management. So every state will have a Department of Natural Resources. So if you have a farm, you will have to have some registration of a level with the DNR in order to sell things. If you have it for personal consumption, you don't have to do anything. If you're going to sell your livestock, then you start to have to, and I guess fish would get in that. I don't know about like domesticated pets like dogs and cats, if you were a breeder, if you had to do that for the DNR or not. That might be something else. Anyway, I looked into it. I'm not looking, like, the amount of extra work and effort, I don't want all the extra work. I don't want a job I just want the enjoyment of it. So, anyway. Okay. So, look, my betrayer is approaching. What do we have here? The word betrayer, the one who betrays me. Okay. While he was still speaking, Judas, one of the 12, arrived. With him was a large crowd armed with swords and clubs, sent by the chief priest and elders of the people. Now the betrayer had given them a sign saying, "The one I kiss is the man, arrest him." So those who came may not know who Jesus is, depending upon, like, is this a large crowd armed by the chief priest and the elders of the people? Are there Romans in here? That'd be easy for the Romans to not know who he was. Are there people from out of town who are here, who are part of this? That would be easy to explain why they aren't. Are they the regulars? They should know who he is. Immediately, he went up to Jesus and said, "Greetings, Rabbi," and he kissed him. So notice how Judas sets this up. Judas sets this up in a way that looks like, hey, I'm just going to make a greeting, and all the rest of the disciples won't think I did anything. It's all sly and all of that. So, which is not an unusual thing to do. Like if you've ever watched, shows where somebody is in secret waiting for a signal, you make the signal a word, a phrase, or a gesture that you're going to do, so that you can communicate it's time to take action without having to say, "Swarm, swarm, swarm," that kind of a thing. All right, timer's up. So he betrays him with a kiss. Jesus said to him, "Friend, do what you are here to do." So Jesus doesn't rebuff him. Do what you're here to do. Then they came and took hold of Jesus and arrested him. But one of those with Jesus grabbed his sword, drew it out, and struck the high priest's slave, cutting off his ear. So he attacks a slave. Like, if you want to pick the most perhaps defenseless person. Now, on the other hand, slaves, you could have a slave that had any occupation. Okay, so maybe this isn't just like, you've probably heard, oh, you just picked on a weak little slave. Maybe not. Maybe this is a slave that actually is skilled in battle. Zack Attack, redeemed favorite Bible verse. Isaiah 41:10. Do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be anxiously looking about you, for I am your God. I will make you mighty. Surely I will help you. Surely I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Zach, that's a great, great passage. What is it about that makes it your favorite Bible verse? Then Jesus said to him, "Put your sword back in its place, for all who will take hold of the sword will die by the sword." Is this a for all time statement, or is this a in the current status statement? Or do you think that I cannot call on my Father and that he will send me more than 12 legions of angels right now? A legion was an army unit of about 6,000 soldiers. So 12 legions. Why 12 legions? Because there are 12 disciples. There are 12 tribes. Would have been 72,000 angels. Well, that's an interesting 72. 72. Math gets fun, and numbers, symbolic numbers, get really cool when you get in Scripture. So I don't know if you've ever sang the song. I remember singing it when I was a kid. He could have called 10,000 angels to destroy the world and set him free. But wait, Jesus said he could have called 72,000 angels. It doesn't have quite the flow there. If you will. Kazaku. Even to your old age, I will be the same. And even to your graying years, I will bear you. I have done it, and I will carry you, and I will bear you, and I will rescue you. Yeah, Isaiah has a lot of rescue language, which is pretty cool. Zach, it helped me with your panic attacks at time you had them. You would repeat it over and over, and eventually the panic attack went away. Zach, that is so cool. Relying on the verse to, I'm going to say, renew and transform your mind from panic to peace, to having God's shalom. Audio Runner, hello, welcome in. Kazaku, Joshua 1:5. No man will be able to stand before you all the days of your life, just as I have been with you. Moses, I will be with you. I will not fail you nor forsake you. Yeah, the whole God is with you thing. Kazaku, that being your favorite verse, what is that? Why is that your favorite verse? Yeah, I still need the homie don't play that alert. Oh, yeah. Well, and I'm sure some of them I can put on timers right now. It would just be really weird timing sometimes. Kazaku makes you feel special. Yeah. Yeah, the God being with you and right there at your side. Yeah, all of this stuff. Yep. Okay. So we were at the 12 legions of angels right now. How then would the scripture that says it must happen be fulfilled? At that moment, Jesus said to the crowd, have you come with swords and clubs to arrest me like you would an outlaw? Am I some kind of outlaw? Woo. A revolutionary. The term can refer to those stirring up rebellion, which, by the way, is what you would get executed by capital punishment, by crucifixion, is for being a revolutionary, not simple thievery. I think the thief is a bad translation. If we get to it, we'll look at it. Lucas is the same word for the highwaymen who attacked Jesus in the parable. Ooh, I did not realize that. Kazaku, feels like you're going to be one of the two witnesses in the Revelation. Oh. You got to call your rental office? Okay. Or the 144,000 people of God in Revelation. Yeah, here we have the 72,000 angels, and we have 144,000 later. Yeah, that's interesting. If this was 12,000 legions, legions are only 6,000, not 12,000. With it, that would be where you get the 144,000. Okay. So, have you come against me like an outlaw with clubs and swords? Day after day, I sat teaching in the temple courts, yet you did not arrest me. But this has happened so that scripture of the prophets would be fulfilled. Then all the disciples left him and fled. All the disciples left him and fled. Does this include Judas? Does this include Judas? Just asking the question, it says all the disciples. We could understand that Judas has betrayed him. He's no longer a disciple because of his actions. But I don't know the answer. Let's continue and see who shows up and who does what. Excuse me. Now, the one who had arrested Jesus led him to Caiaphas, the high priest, in whose house the experts in the law and the elders had gathered. Okay, so you have experts in the law, like these are your lawyers who are going to know the scriptures, who are going to be able to tell you what it says, what it doesn't say, how you can apply it. They're going to have different schools of thinking depending upon who their rabbi was, so they can make different arguments that are needed. But Peter was following him from a distance all the way to the high priest's courts. After going in, he sat with the guards to see the outcome. So Peter is able to get in. Now, Matthew doesn't tell us how Peter gets into the courtyard. He just says he's there. So we're just going to accept that. We're not going to go dive into deeper pieces that aren't shared here. So what's interesting is we know elsewhere that Peter is the one that sliced off the servant's ear. Why didn't Matthew tell us it was Peter? Because that part wasn't necessary for it to be Peter. The part that we need it to be Peter is the denial that we know is coming. So there we're going to know it's Peter. So now we're back to the Peter part, because Peter was, before Judas came and interrupted, said, no, I will not betray you. Oh, yeah, the others all said the same. Remember that. I won't deny you. The others said the same. Yeah, the yawn's awful today. Sorry about that. The chief priests and the whole Sanhedrin were trying to find false testimony against Jesus so that they could put him to death. But they did not find anything, though many false witnesses came forward. Have you ever wondered why the false witnesses are coming forward? Why are the false witnesses coming forward? Okay, so we have them willing to pay Judas, right? They pay Judas to betray Jesus so that he could get captured in secret out of the eye of the public so as to not cause a riot. So they work with Judas to have that happen. So that's able to be successful. What if many witnesses are coming forward because there is a potential payout? I'm not saying they had to advertise there was a payout, but maybe they just as a common thing that you understood that, hey, if I give testimony that they want and it's coherent, I could get a payout. Not a big payout, but hey, a payday is a payday. Finally, two came forward and declared, this man said, I am able to destroy the temple of God and rebuild it in 3 days. So the high priest stood up and said to him, have you no answer? What is this that you are testifying against you? They are testifying against you. But Jesus was silent. The high priest said to him, I charge you under oath by the living God, tell us if, if you are the Christ, the Son of God. So very direct question. Are you the anointed one, the Son of God? Very interesting. I don't know that they would have said Son of God. Okay, I want to go look that up. Matthew 26:63. A lot of verses in 26. Okay, 63. Okay. Yep, it definitely is. And now I want to go here. Matthew 8 times. Okay. Son of the living God. If you are the Son of God. If you are the Son of God. What do you want with us, Son of God? I thought for some reason that Matthew used Son of Man. Okay. I must be wrong. We'll try it the other way. Oh, so Matthew it is. Oh, so it's just more common. Okay. It's just more common to. And I'm wondering, too, if it's a difference of when he's being questioned, is he the Son of God? When he refers to himself, he's the Son of Man. That might be what it is. Okay, that's why I'm thinking that. I'm probably just more familiar with the 28 times he says Son of Man. And anyway, good little lookup. Let's just give a little jazz hands. Come on, did you play? So, yeah, when you discover something new, When you discover something new in God's word, totally a blessing. Okay, Jesus said to him, "You have said it yourself." Same kind of thing he does with Judas, as you have said it. "But I tell you, from now on, you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of power, the coming of the clouds of heaven." So Daniel reference there to the Son of Man. Zack Attack. All right, let's go to the fishies.
Content creators, gamers, and cosplayers. Last year, ReachConf was an absolute blast.
Streaming life by the reef.
So, dun, dun, dun.
Fish pond calm and glassy clear. View it all right from here. Dapper man with sax in hand plays tunes by his quiet land. Acoustic guitar in the breeze serenades
So,
the fish.
right
with
now,
ease.
let's see. They're all over on the right.
Watch the fish, they swim along.
Here, let me get them to come.
To the rhythm of his song. Flatcat Pastor shows the way. Stream it live, come what may. With his cam he shows it all. Little fish both big and small. Life in ponds so serene. Nature's beauty on a screen. See the ripples, watch the flow. Hear the music, gentle glow. Flat caps charm.
Raise the camera there a little bit.
Tone makes the fish feel right at home. Watch the fish, they swim along to the rhythm of his song. Flat Cat Pastor shows the way. Stream it live, come what may.
So there are 6 koi in the aquarium. I don't have more because those koi will get bigger, and then
Refuse Cammy shows it all.
they won't have
Little
enough
fish,
water in
both
there.
big and small.
I did decide to put some guppies in there
Life
when I
in
was
ponds so
moving some
serene.
things around. I put some
Nature's
guppies in
beauty
there
on
just
the
to have
screen.
more fish in the tank flowing around. Guppies are
See
not
the
going to
ripples.
contribute much, but
Watch
there
the
are
flow.
some baby guppies
Hear the
in there. If you
music,
can see them floating
gentle
around or
glow.
swimming around, there's some babies
Flat
in there.
caps charm and calm in tone makes the fish feel right at home. Watch the
So.
fish, they swim along to the rhythm of his
All right, thank you for the
song.
redeem, my friend.
Flat cap pastors.
Okay, so Daniel referenced Son of Man coming in the cloud. The Son of Man is going to have power and might from God, and in fact is a reference to what's sometimes called the second Yahweh figure, the second God figure in the Old Testament. So there is God who is the God who is God. And then when God presents himself that humans can see him, it's like a second figure of God. And so we can see those as separate ideas that get developed in the intertestamental period, or maybe it even goes back further than that. The second Yahweh figure, when you can see a manifestation of God, is that idea there. And then you also do have the Spirit of God at places, which is a difference. Okay. Then the high priest tore his clothes and declared, "He has blasphemed." The high priest tore his clothes. Okay. I don't want you to miss this. High priest tore his clothes. Let's go find it. If I can. And if I can spell priest right. Okay. Leviticus 21:10. the high priest, the one among his brothers, who has had the anointing oil poured on his head, and who has been ordained to wear the priestly garments, must not let his hair become unkept or tear his clothes. The high priest must not tear his clothes. So, in response to blasphemy, the high priest violates the Torah. The high priest is violating the Torah here. So, inwardly, the high priest is spiritually and mentally violating the Torah by finding a way to get Jesus crucified when there is no justified reason for him to. He has hardness of heart. So he has just actually made, catch this. He has just actually made an outward expression of inwardly what's going on with him. He is violating the Torah inside. He has made his inside look like his outside. The whole purpose of tearing your clothes is to make the outside match what's inside. But in the role of high priest, you are not to do that. You are also always supposed to be expressing the fullness, the presence of God to the people. You are the representative. You do not get to partake in the outward expression of those things. However, here he is expressing outwardly what is going on inwardly, but what's going on inwardly is deception and malice towards Jesus. Woo! Did that give anybody else goosebumps? Oh, it's so good. So he is making the inside and the outside match. Also, when people say Jesus does not make a declaration that he is God, the high priest certainly thought he did. He just said he blasphemed. How did he blaspheme? He said, you will see, like right here. But I tell you, from now on, you will not see the Son of Man sitting on the, or you will see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of power and coming on the clouds of heaven. He has just made a declaration right there to be God. This is a declaration by Jesus to be God. It's what it is. And the high priest's response is tearing his clothes. So anyone that's looking for Jesus saying the phrase, I am God, is looking from a modern perspective. A Jewish perspective would have never expected that. They would not have heard that. He is declaring himself to be the figure coming in the clouds, which is God, which is the Son of Man. Okay. Why do we still need witnesses? So he's calling the end to the witnesses. You've heard him. We're done. We need no more witnesses. Now you have heard the blasphemy. What is your verdict? They answered, he is guilty and deserves death. Pertaining to being guilty and thus deserving some participle penalty, guilt and deserving, guilty and punishable by. Okay. Then they spat in his face and struck him with their fists. Okay, they're hitting him, and some slapped him. I'm not gonna punch him. I'm just saying, prophesy, for you are Christ. Who hit you? Okay, so. Is this those who are in the Sanhedrin doing this? Is this in the high priest household? Who is this? The judges who were there? We get this shared in a different way in the other Gospels of when this is happening and who's doing it. So maybe Matthew's just jumping ahead to that occasion. He's not making it clear. He's just talking, and other things that happened to him were. Because he puts then they. Who is the they? Now, Peter was sitting outside. Why? See, I'm going to give you more facts. And now I'm going to get back to Peter. Now, Peter was sitting outside in the courtyard. A slave girl came to him and said, you also were with Jesus the Galilean. But he denied it in front of all of them. I don't know what you're talking about. When he went out of the gateway, another slave girl saw him and said to the people, "This man was with Jesus the Nazarene." He denied it again with an oath. I don't know the man. After a little while, those standing there came to Peter and said, "You really are one of them. Even your accent gives you away." After that, he began to curse, and he swore with an oath, "I do not know the man." At that moment, the rooster crowed. Then Peter remembered what Jesus had said, "Before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times." And he went outside and wept bitterly. Okay, I love the contrast and compare. So what should Peter be doing right here? It doesn't tell us that he's doing it. He goes outside and weeps bitterly, but Peter should be tearing his garment if he is weeping bitterly, so that this outward expression matches the inward expression. Doesn't tell us he does that, but he goes outside, he weeps bitterly. The high priest isn't supposed to do that. And the high priest is doing something to make a show of things. So Peter is becoming to sound like a Western cowboy. I wasn't what I was going for, but that's okay. That's okay. Excuse me. So we have the denial of who Jesus is right after, or denial that Peter knows him right after the revelation of who Jesus is. Okay? So Peter previously, catch this, when he says to Jesus, "You are the Christ, the Son of the living God," right after that, he says, "You're not going to go to the cross and die," and it was, "Get behind me, Satan." So right now, we just had the declaration of Jesus is the Son of God, the one coming in the clouds. And right after it, Peter's mess up. So Peter's 2 greatest mess ups are right after the declaration of who Jesus is. His own declaration, and then the declaration that's going to get him to go to the cross. So after 2 declarations of Jesus and who he is, we have Peter having a mess up. You done messed up, Aaron. When it was early in the morning. Okay, wait. Something else we should also point out here. This trial happens at night. It's illegal to have a trial at night. A trial should happen in a public way. The trial is held in a private way. So it's supposed to be done in public. It's supposed to be done during the day. It's done at night. It's done in a private way. Everything about Jesus' trial is erroneous, illegal, out of bounds, out of order. I mean, it's just bad. Okay, all the chief priests, the chief priest, there should be a single chief priest. Okay, what's happening in the days of Jesus is there are so many priests that are around that rather than you serve on a continuous basis like it looks like with Aaron starts, Aaron is the chief priest, Aaron is the high priest, he's the one who is there until someone takes over from him. You end up being chief priest, high priest on a rotation, like it's my turn and it's the next guy's turn, like you're doing a 1-year term kind of thing here. So that's why we have all of the chief priests. There's lots, all of this group. And the elders of the people plotted against Jesus to execute him. They tied him up, led him away, and handed him over to Pilate the governor. Why do they need to tie him up? They need to tie him up to make him look like a criminal, to make him look like he's trying to escape, to make him look like he's worth having something happen to him. Jesus went along peacefully. Jesus is not going to run away here. He doesn't need to have this. Why are they doing it? They're doing it to show to make a show, to make a spectacle as they're going to Pilate. So most manuscripts have Pontius before Pilate, but there seems to be no reason for omitting the tribal name, either intentionally or unintentionally. Adding Pilate, however, is naturally explained on the text and is in keeping with several others and patristic references to the Roman governor. Okay. I don't think I knew that variant. Kazaku. Also, you've just realized that not all the apostles write, but mostly Paul, and few of the apostles that literally with Jesus writes. The 12 apostles, where's Thomas? Well, there is a Gnostic gospel, and Gnostic was a group of people that were denounced for heresy because they believed in special knowledge and all this other weird stuff. There is a Gnostic gospel of Thomas, so they use Thomas's name to put on their teachings. But yeah, there is Matthew, who was one of the 12, Mark, who is not one of the 12, but essentially, we look at it, he's writing Peter's gospel because he travels with Peter, so he would have gotten all of his stories from Peter. He also is there here in Mark's gospel or John's gospel. It mentions the young man whose garment is grabbed and he runs away naked. That's Mark, John Mark there. Sometimes called Mark, sometimes called John, so I usually call him John Mark. Luke travels with Paul, and he writes Luke and Acts, but he is not one of the 12, and John. So we have Matthew and John, 2 of the 12 that write. James could be by James, Peter, Andrew, James, and John. It could be that James. It could be James, the brother of Jesus. There's another James it could be as well. We debate over which James it is. Just pointing out it could be. And then Paul, who's not one of the 12, but he's the apostle to the Gentile, writes much of the New Testament. Excuse me. Right. Not all of them write, but whereas Thomas only writing thingy and other apostles own writing, they didn't write or something, you're guessing not the people that were with Jesus. Yeah, not all of them wrote, and maybe they did, but maybe they weren't passed down and kept because they weren't seen as the same level of authority that we have in the other Gospels. Okay. So now we're to morning. When it was early in the morning, all the chief priests and the elders of the people plotted against you. Oh, we had him before Pilate. There we go. Now when Judas, who had betrayed him, saw that Jesus had been condemned, he regretted what he had done and returned the 30 silver coins to the chief priests and the elders, saying, I have sinned by betraying innocent blood. But they said, what is that to us? You take care of it yourself. So it's not on us but you're the one who's got to handle your own guilt. So Judas threw the silver coins into the temple and left. Then he went out and hanged himself. Okay, so there's some different discrepancies of how they're presenting things from one passage of what happens to Judas to another. I don't think we need to try to harmonize these. Judas did something disgraceful. He's going to end disgracefully. That's what we have here. That's what we understand. Judas is going to go out and in disgrace. The chief priest took the silver and said, it is not lawful to put this in the temple treasury, since it is blood money. So you paid the blood money. Well, we can't take it in the treasury. Well, it's good to know that you at least have one place you're going to enforce what the Torah says. Nice of you to finally take a stand. After consulting together, they bought the potter's field with it as a burial place for foreigners. For this reason, the field has been called the Field of Blood to this day. then what was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet was fulfilled. They took the 30 silver coins, the price of the one whose price had been set by the people of Israel, and they gave it for the potter's field as the Lord commanded me. Necessarily that this had no application. There was no occasion where this was true in the life of Jeremiah, and that he was just waiting and predicting way in advance for Jesus to do this. No, what we have is the disciples, after looking at what happened and looking back at the Old Testament, seeing that these have been fulfilled, not in the sense of predicted prophecy, but in the sense of this represents that. This has come true because that's what happened here. God fulfilled it in this way. So it doesn't have to be predicted prophecy. And even if it is, it could have already been predicted, like there will be a virgin who will get conceived. That happened. When Isaiah did it, it happened in his lifetime. Oh, yeah. And it happened when Mary conceived and gave birth. It can happen more than once. Then Jesus stood before the governor. So we have these couple little interludes of Peter and now Judas. Peter and Judas are interrupting the story of what's happening to Jesus. Why? Because we're getting little side things. So we're getting tension. We're getting buildup. We're anticipating. Then Jesus stood before the governor, and the governor asked him, "Are you the king of the Jews?" Excuse me again. Ugh. Jesus said, "You say so." This is the third time. This is the third time he does it. He does it to Judas. He does it to the high priest. Now he's done it to Pilate. But when he was accused by the chief priests and elders, he did not respond. So in this thing, while he's before Pilate, if they're saying stuff, he keeps quiet. If Pilate asks him, he responds to Pilate. Then Pilate said to him, "Do you hear how many charges they are bringing against you?" But he did not answer even one accusation. So the governor was quite amazed. Like, people almost always defend themselves. During the feast, the governor was accustomed to releasing one prisoner to the crowd, whomever they wanted. At that time, they had in custody a notorious prisoner named Jesus Barabbas. Although the external evidence for the inclusion of Jesus before Barabbas is rather sparse, being restricted virtually to MSS of what was formerly labeled the Caesarean text, the omission of the Lord's name in apposition to Barnabas is such a strong motivation reading that it can hardly be the original. There is no good explanation for a scribe intentionally adding before Jesus before Barabbas, especially since Barabbas is mentioned first in each verse is ruled out. Further, the addition of who is the Christ to Jesus makes better sense if Barabbas is also called Jesus. Otherwise, a mere Jesus would have been sufficient appellation to distinguishing the two. Metzger notes the Codex S, a 10th century majuscule, along with a score of majuscules, and those are different types of writing. You distinguish how they were writing. Uncials is all capitals. Minuscules, that's what it is, minuscules, were smaller writing. Have a marginal comment on the verse as follows. In many ancient copies which I have met with, I found Barabbas himself likewise called Jesus. Attribution of the scholium is variously given as Antius, Christendom, or even Origen. It's mostly Paul and Paul's companion thingy that write the New Testament, I think. Yeah. Paul writes the bulk of it. But he doesn't write a gospel. Okay, so that was a nice footnote there. So after they had assembled, Pilate said to them, "Who do you want me to release for you, Jesus Barabbas or Jesus who is called the Christ?" So we have two things, Jesus called Barabbas or Jesus the Christ. For he knew that they had handed him over because of envy. As he was sitting in the judgment seat, his wife sent him a messenger. "Have nothing to do with that innocent man. I have suffered greatly as a result of a dream about him today." Suffering greatly in a dream. For discussion on this construction. I'm not worried about the construction. I'm just trying to figure out, how is she suffering? How would you suffer because of a dream? Anxiety would overwhelm you. Perhaps anxiety could just be like, becoming too powerful to bear. Kazaku. Most of the New Testament is like a letter and advices and love messages from Paul in prison or something to his fellow believers at the time. Yeah, and you're right. Half of them were in prison. The other half were on missionary journeys. And they are letters to a particular church and place. The Gospels may also have been that, but they're more generic they're trying to portray the gospel, not correct something of misunderstanding or bad practice. But the chief priests and the elders persuaded the crowds to ask for Barabbas to have Jesus killed. The governor asked them, "Which of the two do you want me to release to you?" And they said, "Barabbas." Pilate said to them, "Then what should I do with Jesus who is called the Christ?" They all said, "Crucify him." He asked, "Why? What wrong has he done?" But they shouted more insistently, "Crucify him." So wife gives advice. We don't even have Pilate ignoring it. We just have Pilate acting ignoring it. Isn't that fun? We don't even have Pilate saying, but Pilate didn't listen to his wife. He just kept waiting and holding and waiting and holding forever. Sorry. Don't listen to your wife. Pilate, listen to your wife, man. When Pilate saw he could do nothing, but that instead a riot was starting, he took some water, washed his hands before the crowd, and said, "I am innocent of this man's blood." Okay, so wait. You take care of it yourself. So we have, look at this. We have Judas with a reference to, "I don't want," yeah, you need a yawn counter today, yeah. We can't take the money because it's blood money. We don't want the man's blood on our hands. We can't have the man's blood on our hands. Here, the crowd, we have Pilate washing his hands of not having the man's blood on his hands. And so we like, look at the motif here. Oh, if we go all the way back, "This is my blood shed for you for the forgiveness of sins." We don't want his blood on my hand. Judas doesn't want the blood on his hands. The temple doesn't want the blood on the hands of the temple. Now Pilate doesn't want the blood on his hands. But it's the blood that's poured out for the forgiveness of sins. Just like, look at the connection here. Like, don't miss all of that. Revving up here. It's over and over and over throughout the passage. In reply, all the people said, "Let his blood be on us and on our children." Oh, I'm like, whoa. I want my kids to have guilt also. Wow. Then he released Barabbas to them. But after he had Jesus flogged, he handed him over to be crucified. This is always one of those interesting things. Why is he bothering to have him flogged? The Greek term referring to flog, scourged, a punishment inflicted on slaves, and provisionally after a sentence of death had been pronounced on them. So in the case of Jesus, the crucifixion, a Roman flogging, scourging, was excruciating punishment. The victim was stripped of his clothes and bound to a post with his hands fastened above him, or sometimes he was thrown to the ground. Guards standing on either side of the victim would incessantly beat him with a whip made of leather with pieces of lead and bone inserted in the ends. While the Jews allowed 39 lashes, the Romans had no such limit. Many people who received such beatings died as a result. Yeah, it was thought to give 40 lashes, 40 being the number of testing, would kill you. So you only gave 39. You only gave 39 because if you gave 40 and the person died, the guilt was on your hands. If we give 39 and they die, the guilt is not on our hands. So we have that going on here too. So a death sentence is there, so he gets flogged because of a death sentence. Then the death sentence gets carried out. Then the governor's soldiers took Jesus into the governor's residence and gathered the whole cohort around him. They stripped him and put a scarlet robe around him, and after braiding a crown of thorns, they put it on his head. Okay, this is in the governor's residency. They're doing it inside. They're doing this not in front of the public, but they're doing it where a governor would get dressed up. I wonder if it's the governor's own dressing room. They put it on his head. They put a staff in his right hand, and kneeling down before him, they mocked him. "Hail, King of the Jews!" They spat on him. They took the staff and struck him repeatedly on the head. When they had mocked him, they stripped the robe off of him, put his clothes back on him, then they led him away to be crucified. So they do this whole mock ceremony of worshiping him and honoring him, all in sarcasm and jest. So they don't ask him to predict in this scenario, but we have the repetition of the spitting on and the beating. As they were going out, they found a man, from Cyrene, named Simon, who they forced to carry his cross. They came to the place called Golgotha, which means place of the skull, and offered Jesus wine mixed with gall to drink. Okay, so Matthew is speeding up the whole thing. Like, no story on just somebody else carried his cross. Yeah, he's at the skull. We're getting the gall to drink. Like, Matthew has laid out some things in length, and now he is speeding through details. Matthew is condensing. He's speeding up to get to, he's high drama. So as things are progressing, he's speeding the pace of the plot up. But after tasting it, he would not drink it. When they crucified him, they divided his clothes by throwing dice. Then they sat down and kept guard over him. Above his head, they put a charge against him, which read, "This is Jesus, the King of the Jews." Then two outlaws, yes, outlaws. 38. We are in 27:38. Lestes.
Strong's G 3027. Lestes.
Okay. Here they're giving robber, plunderer, freebooter, brigand. But we already had the footnote earlier that was pointing out outlaws are rebels against the state. Okay, they're not just thieves. One on his right, the other on his left. Those who passed by defamed him, shaking their hands and saying, "You who can destroy the temple and rebuild it in 3 days, save yourself. If you are God's son, come down from the cross. Come on down." In the same way, even the chief priests, together with the experts in the law and the elders, were mocking him. He saves others, but he cannot save himself. He is the king of Israel. If, if he comes down from the cross, we will believe him. He trusts in God. Let God, if he wants to, deliver him now. Because he said, I am God's son. Then the robbers who were crucified with him spake abusively to him. So we have both of them speaking abusively. Okay. What's interesting is, if he comes down, we'll believe him. Will you? I don't think so. You've already made up your mind. If that happened, I don't think you're going to change your mind. You're going to find a way to say, oh, well, Satan did that just to deceive us. Satan's the one that let him off the cross. We already saw his miracles, and we knew Satan did those. So Satan must have got all his angels together, his demons together, and got him down off the cross. That's what happened. Like, no, you're not. You're not. No, because if you would have, then your resurrection would have been on it for you. Now, from noon until 3, darkness came over the land. This imagery parallels the day of the Lord language, where there will be no sun. At about 3 o'clock, Jesus shouted, Ele, Ele, lema sabachthani. That is, my Lord, why have you forsaken me? A reference to Psalm 22. When some of the bystanders heard it, they said, this man is calling for Elijah. Immediately, one of them ran and got a sponge filled with sour wine, put it on a stick, gave it to him to drink. Okay. Put it on a stick. What do we have here? A reed. Put it on a reed. So a sponge on a reed. You need to think about this as toilet paper. I'm sorry if you've never heard that before, and this is gross. But a sponge on the end of a stick was how the Romans would have wiped. So not saying it had to absolutely be a dirty sponge. Could have been a wash sponge, but I'm not trusting that. That sponge had not been used in some capacity, even if it was cleaned. I'm not trusting you had anything to clean it with, dipping it in sour wine. How else are they going to get the wine up to them? It's got to be on a sponge. So it could have been a repurposed one, could have been a reused. It could have been then recently used one. We don't know. We don't know. And then maybe they frequently used it some other way, but I do know that that's what the Romans used. So, ooh. You're going to try and rest Onesimus? Have a blessed day, friend. But the rest said, leave him alone. Let's see if, if Elijah will come save him. Then Jesus cried out again with a loud voice and gave up his spirit. Just then the temple curtain was torn into from top to bottom. The earth shook and the rocks were split apart. And the tombs were opened and the bodies of many saints who died were raised. Oh, commercials? Okay, so
Flat Cat Pastor Ox's tweet.
my alerts of when commercials are coming are out of sequence. My alerts are out of sequence. So it was not telling me that we were in a commercial. It was telling me we had 2 minutes before commercial. It said yet 2 minutes, and then we will have commercials.
Acoustic guitar in the breeze serenades the fish with ease. Watch the fish, they swim along to the rhythm of his song. Flat Cat Pastor shows the way. Stream it live, come what may.
All right, I'm seeing we're back. So sorry, everyone. Sorry, everyone. It was telling me we had 2 minutes to commercial break, and I hit delay, but apparently it did not work. Okay. What? He's saying ele lama sabachthani. The ele sounds like Elijah, ele. Like if you're gonna nickname and shorten someone's name, like Elijah probably goes around by Eli, right? Don't always have to say the whole name all the time. That's just like Flat Cap Dapper Pastor. There are people who just say Flat Cap. All good. I even have a few people that just go flat. All good. Some people just go pastor. Okay. So in the shortening of it, maybe they're thinking he's crying out for Elijah. Why? Because Elijah is supposed to be the one that comes. So maybe they do, like, he's also, okay, very short of breath. Like one of the things with crucifixion, your arms are here. You have to pull yourself up and push on your feet to get enough air in your lungs to be able to talk. So he's not going to do a lot of talking. So he is pulling and causing himself pain to be able to talk. So he probably is not talking as nicely as I'm saying. It might have been something much more slower, like, Eli, lema, sabach, Timothy. It could have been slow, methodical, one breath, one syllable, two syllables at a time as he's able to say it, and you're not clearly hearing what he says. So that could be adding to the why they're thinking it's Elijah. Anyway, once somebody who didn't hear gets told, he's calling it Elijah, that sounds good. Let's see if Elijah shows up. The temple curtain. The reference of this, Kata Pedasama, is not entirely clear. It could refer to the curtain separating the Holy of Holies from the holy place, or it could refer to one of the entrances to the temple court. Many argue the inner curtain is meant because of the term kataluma. It is also used for the outer curtain. So it's not the outer because kaluma is used for the outer. Others see the reference to the outer curtain as more likely because of the public nature of the sign. Either way, the symbolism means that access to God is opened. Reformed, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. That's a weird name. That's a weird name, friend. I like don't even know I want to phrase those together, but it's making me laugh. So, I've heard recently. So okay. Let's pull up a temple here a minute. Okay, so you would have. Oh, I'm not subscribing. I'm looking at your picture. You have the Holy of Holies, and there's a curtain dividing that. You have an outer court and a curtain separating there. You also have this outer wall all the way around the outside that is also there around that, or you could say around here. Like there's different levels, and so some think it's the inner curtain to the Holy of Holies. Some think it's the intersection of where only the men could come into. so that the Gentiles and the women couldn't come. Some would think it further out, but I've heard recently the thought that it's not a new thought, I just had not heard it, that it's the wall around the whole temple complex that may have fallen down. And given the fact that there are earthquakes that are happening, a wall falling down would make sense on some level. However, it says was torn in two. Well, you wouldn't really use the language a wall, that would make sense. A wall would fall from the top to the bottom. That would be how you would take a wall down. So maybe it is talking about the wall, or maybe it's a curtain. And the curtain, by the way, don't think about a curtain you have in your house. This curtain would have been a woven curtain, possibly, especially if it was the one between the Holy of Holies, about 8 inches thick. Would have been a woven curtain to separate so that no one could go in or out except for the high priest on one day a year. Okay. The earth shook and rocks were split apart. The tombs were open and bodies of the saints who had died were raised. Literally means sleep, but it is often used as a euphemism for death. So, the bodies of many saints who had died were raised. Are these resurrection bodies? Are these zombies? Okay, I want some thoughts in the text here. Are these resurrection bodies? Are these zombies? And I don't mean that literally in the sense that we're going to think about a zombie in a zombie movie or that kind of thing. I just mean what capacity of thinking and responding do they have? The next question is, what if this person had died centuries ago and their bodies had been fully decomposed? Hence my reason for asking, is this resurrected bodies? Because if it was people from centuries ago, how would they have a body to be able to come back to life in? If, however, it's just people that have died in the last year, they may still have flesh on them. So I don't know. Don't know the question. Don't know, or I should say I know the question. I don't know the answer to the question. We have a resurrection here. They came out of the tombs after his resurrection and went into the... Wait. After his resurrection. So we're getting a look forward. See how Matthew just time warped us? The tombs were opened. So the shaking of the rock opened the tombs. And the dead were raised. And now we're going to get clarification when it happened. They came out of the tombs after his resurrection and went into the holy city and appeared to people. The fact that it's after the resurrection, I'm saying resurrected bodies come out. Now, we went that zip forward when one of the centurions and those with him who were guarding Jesus saw the earthquake and what took place. They were extremely terrified and said, "Truly, this one was God's son." Now, this is not necessarily a confession. It's a recognition. So what did he see? Did he see the earthquake? Did he see resurrected bodies? Was this while he's on the cross? Is this in the end when the dead bodies show up? Why does the resurrection of all of the dead not cause other people to believe? You think there were resurrected bodies that will die again? Oh, see, and I think if they're resurrected bodies, I think they ascended with him. If they're not resurrected bodies, then I would say they went back to the tomb. If they are resurrected bodies, I think they go with him, as Jesus says to the thief in the other gospel, "You'll be with me in paradise." Lucy, that contradicts that everyone, man, dies once and then comes a judgment, I think. Well, okay, you can still have exceptions to the rule, Kazaku, because Lazarus dies twice. And you have Enoch, who doesn't die. Enoch walked with God and was no more. So we have Enoch, who walks with God and was no more, and Elijah, who was caught up in a chariot, who doesn't die. So We have 2 people who do not die. And we also have the dead man who would have been thrown on Elijah's bones who came back to life. He had to die again. We have Jesus resurrecting people who were dead. So anybody who's resurrected, I'm watching. Sorry, you have to set up an annual meeting and do a lot of paperwork. You'll have to catch you tomorrow, God willing. Awesome, awesome. I will be on for a little while longer doing some stuff if you end up coming back and checking out. I'm going to be power washing and see if I can figure out how to make me able to stream that. So we'll be checking that out. Just going to finish this chapter 27, which means we'll leave 28 for next time at least. Okay. Altus, it's interesting since Enoch walked with God and another person, Abraham, walked with God. Yeah, but it doesn't say Abraham walked with God and was no more. We have Enoch walked with God and was no more. And I'm not going of I know what was no more means. To me, I would think was no more could mean he died. Because you could say Abraham is no more. Oh, but wait, he is the God of the living, not a God of the dead. Yeah, the boy who fell out of the window and died when one of the apostles brought him back to life. Yeah. I think there's at least 3 resurrections in the Old Testament. Altus, you might be able to confirm that number. And there's more than 3 in the New Testament, I believe. Okay. Many women who had followed Jesus from Galilee and given him support were also there watching from a distance. Among them, Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James and Joseph, and and the mother of the sons of Zebedee. Now, when it was evening, there was a rich man from Arimathea named Joseph. Okay, what does Arimathea mean?
Strong's G 707. Arimathea.
So he's from the heights. So Jerusalem Heights. He comes down from the heights. From Arimathea named Joseph, who was also a disciple of Jesus. He went to Pilate and asked for Jesus' body. Then Pilate ordered that it be given to him. Joseph took the body, wrapped it in a clean linen cloth, and placed it in his new tomb that he had cut in the rock. They're making a point of it being a new tomb. There's no one else in there, so to speak, being new, unused. Then he rolled a great stone across the entrance of the tomb and went away. Now Mary Magdalene and the other Mary were sitting there opposite the tomb. So they go and they see. Altus, it could mean he died, since it says, so that he may not see death. And shortly before Noah's flood, you kind of see with this. However, I think there is decent evidence to say Enoch was taken to heaven. However, hard to rationalize that no one has ascended comment unless it's approached through mysticism. Yeah, no one has ascended. I would think ascending being more of taking the place, like you ascend to the throne, you are the rightful heir to the throne, you take your place on the throne. So I would think the ascending, no one has ascended being more of authority, not in the sense of, like, if I went to Buckingham Palace and I got invited inside, I still would go to Buckingham Palace. I didn't ascend to the throne. I would still be able to go there. And so the language of ascending being going to the heavenly realm, the word, it's one of the things with Hebrew where we have so few words of vocabulary that have so diverse meaning behind them. Hebrews. And as it is appointed unto once to die, and after that the judgment. Yeah, the appointment is to die once. So Christ was offered once to bear the sins, and offering them up. Look, yeah. So maybe Elijah and Enoch is the two witnesses in Revelation because they had to die. Could, yeah. Well, and like we were saying, this is like, yes, it is appointed once to die. Why are we appointed once to die? Because of sin. So sin came into the world. We need to die, or we will die. That is going to happen because sin reigns. Death reigns because sin reigns. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't know that I necessarily have to go with that. I think God can certainly make exceptions to that, and take people on a chariot. In essence, that is the end of their life on earth. So if life is to exist on the physical plane, then being taken into the heavenly realm, would that not be the end of their physical existence on some level? I don't know. And even Elijah may not have died, LOL. Yeah. Which is where it gets tricky, since a king who was not king reads a letter written by Elijah addressed to a king long after Elijah was taken by a whirlwind. Yeah. See, and I want to say, we take the principle of the thing. We don't have to take the expressed extreme understanding of something. Okay? So there can be exceptions to things too. Something can be fully true and you can have exceptions to it. I wear flat caps. Oh yeah, and I have some other hats too. So to wear another hat is not to deny I wear flat caps. And to have other caps doesn't mean I don't wear flat caps. The one doesn't exclude the other. The exceptions are there. You can see the other hats. Okay. The next day, which is after the day of preparation, the chief priest and the Pharisees assembled before Pilate and said, "Sir, we remember that while that deceiver was still alive, he said, 'After 3 days, I will rise again.' So give orders to secure the tomb until the 3rd day. Otherwise, his disciples may come and steal his body and say to the people, 'He is raised from the dead,' and the last deception will be worse than the first." Pilate said to them, "Take a guard of soldiers, go and make it as secure as you can." Like, how secure are you making a tomb here? You know, like, hello. So they went with the soldiers of the guard and made the tomb secure by sealing the stone. So we're putting some wax on it to show it got broken. Ooh. So it's not the, yeah. Wouldn't this be breaking the Sabbath, Altus? Am I right here that this securing of the tomb, although they're not doing it, the soldiers are. In the request, but I'm just saying, yeah. But also it says in Revelation, the 2 witnesses will be killed by the beast after their 3 years of prophecy. This is Elijah and Enoch, you think? Could be. Yeah. I see Revelation as a lot of it having already happened, and the destruction of desolation and all of that already having happened in 70 AD. So pick who you want of the apostles who died in some of the destruction around the temple and in that time of everything that was happening in the early church. There's plenty of them that died. And I don't think we have to literally have 2 witnesses because the 2 witnesses represent by the witness of 2 or 3 things will be affirmed. So if you have more than that, it's fine. And if more than that die, that's fine. The 2 or 3 is just a reference to it is validated by 2 or 3 witnesses. So, okay. So we got through Matthew 27. Woo! That was a big section. 26 and 27. Moving a tomb isn't necessarily work. I was thinking the stone. But the stone's already been moved in. They're just securing it. So, yeah. Well, it depends. Like I don't know how they fully secured it. You know, we just secure it as much as you can. And we know they sealed the tomb. But, you know, like my brain wants to go to, are they putting ropes across it to hold the stone from being moved as opposed to just adding wax? So that's why I think it could be some work. I don't know. Do not know the answers fully. Okay. Okay, so let me try something here. The only two labor laws this might impose would be carrying. By pushing wouldn't really constitute that since you don't leave the same domain. Okay. And the other work, plowing, which would have to argue that it's enough to make seating area, which you don't think it would. Okay. That's fair enough. Plus, it was also the Romans, so do they care if the Romans work? I don't think so. No, I'm forgetting what I just created the password to be when I created this. I'm forgetting. Oh, no. Oh, was that it? Okay. So those who are not, I'm trying to figure out how to set up a remote from my phone to stream because I'm gonna go try to set up doing. I want to try to be able to remote live stuff, but streaming through my computer, remote from my phone, rather than all of the space it needs to upload everything. So let me do this a second, so I can make sure. Oh. And I'll have to switch all of this before I go. Okay. Oh, wow. That's weird. Bum, 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 bum. Well, we're just going to redo this then. Okay. Supersonic. I watched a video with Gary Hamrick on the study of Revelation. It's not just those two people who are witnesses, as in the guest people. He goes into detail who it could be and why it is more than two that never die. It's still a mystery, so we will not know definitively until then. One point he brings up is that the two witnesses need to be trusted. Not just anyone can rain down fire, have this authority. I believe that the rapture has yet to occur, but there are varying views on the pre, post, mid. Yeah. There are way more views than that, and not everyone believes in a rapture. In fact, it's not actually in Revelation at all. And the Thessalonians passage, I think, is a fully misunderstanding of what's happening there, because it's using language of greeting an emperor who's coming to visit your city, is what's talked about in Thessalonians, and so that's it. I've not heard anything from Lena today. I didn't see her, and I did not see... Yeah, I did not see her. Okay, let me see if I can find the settings. That's weird. I'm going to do that, and we're going to start the virtual cam. Oh, what do we have? What do we have? Ah, change flat caps. The blue one. Okay. Actually, blue one is a good choice. Let me know if you're hearing any echo there. So I'm trying to get the decaf English breakfast today. Decaf English breakfast. How many? I have no idea. I haven't planned for reach yet. It will be multiple ones. I would say probably 3 per day. Probably 3 per day would be a good guess. Okay, Bible joke. Oh, did something happen to the stream? Oh no, I just paused on the other channel. Okay. Yeah, probably 3 per day. Okay. Where does Exodus come before Genesis? You would have thought 1 per day. No, I got to have morning, afternoon, evening. I need at least 3. Where does Exodus come before Genesis? So let me know. I'm gonna turn the background noise off there. So okay, I'm not seeing it come through anywhere else. That's good. Oh, let me try this a minute. Now I want to see if it's coming through. Is it coming through? Can you... Oh, I don't have that side set up yet. Never mind. Okay. Okay. No guesses on where does Exodus come before Genesis? In the dictionary. In the dictionary, Exodus comes before Genesis. All right. What fruit in the Garden of Eden was never lonely? What fruit in the Garden of Eden was never lonely? Can we put that back on so you got something to music to think by while I'm getting the other set up here? Okay. So it's showing me this and nothing else. Oh, start. There we go. Click start. Now do I have settings? Bum, 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 bum. Trying to see if there is... Okay. So interesting. It's letting me back in without the password. And now I can't remember what I made the password. Okay, I'm just going to have to cancel this room. It's all right. I got it set up. You can think a pun that works with a tree of knowledge of or tree of life. Well, let us know. Let us know. Let me know your guess. Oh, wait. Was it the tree of knowledge since it says both were at the center of the garden? No. No. It's what fruit, not what tree. What fruit? What fruit in the Garden of Eden was never lonely? Phantom, hey! Well, we use trees to make paper and paper to print Bibles. Tree of knowledge. Interesting. Yeah, we can go that direction. Okay, so I've not used this before. How do I... I forgot my password. Okay, I'm going to create a new room. Bananas, because they are in bunches. Yes, bananas and grapes, because they hang out in bunches. Yes, bananas and grapes, because they hang out in bunches. Yeah, I could see you making the argument for pears, because they're never alone or something like that. Okay, we'll do one last one. And at what time of day was Adam created? At what time of day was Adam created? Some of these jokes are really good. Some of them are really, really bad. And I apologize for none of them. Just before the fall. I like your answer. A little before Eve. Yeah. Oh, Eve of tomorrow. Yeah, a little before Eve. Adam was created a little before Eve. Yep. Okay. I see it here now. That's not what I want. Okay, so I'm trying to get up something. I'm trying to set up here a virtual meeting room. I set one up, and now I can't figure out what. I don't remember what my password is. Like, I just set it up this morning. I didn't write it down. I thought, oh, that password will be easy. I'll remember it. I did not. Password 123. That's a nice one. That's nice. Nope, that did not work. Okay, we're resetting this up. Da, 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 da. Blue flat cap. Yeah, that's a nice thought. Then I got to remember that. Flat cap koi pond. Yeah. Oh, Video Ninja. Video Ninja. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not. Not familiar. Yeah, I know some people that use it instead of using Discord. They say it's better. Oh, whoa! Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Who's Scruffy? Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, Raiders.
I am Black Cat, Dapper Pastor, And I bless you and welcome you in, welcome in, rain.
Cox, welcome in.
Welcome in,
Who's Scruffy? Welcome in.
Black Cat, Dapper Pastor, welcome in, my blessed raiders, welcome in, raiders. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in, raiders. I am Black Cat, Dapper Pastor, and I bless you and welcome you. Welcome in, raiders.
I'm doing well. Doing well. I love the song. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've got some wonderful people that help out with some creation of stuff, and I'm going to be doing some exploring and trying to figure out some things today. So we finished up our Bible study. So if you saw that, we finished up Matthew 27. I'm trying to get set up here to go do some power washing, and we're going to check that out. So I'm trying to set up a remote connection here for myself. And be able to, no, not Power Wash Simulator. Outside my house, actually power washing. I'm not doing no simulator. Used to use Verbella at VR Church long ago for meetings. That was also interesting, yeah. So I'm trying to get something set up because I'd like to be able to go ride my bike and do that. And I've wanted to do that for a long time. So I finally figured out, if I'm remote casting from here, all I need is the video connection, which would be a lot less than a full broadcast. So that's what I'm hopeful here, that I can do that on data. So I'm trying to figure this out I got to message myself. Bum 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 bum. So anyway, those of you who came in, let me show you around a little bit. Okay, so I've got hats. I've got fish. We read the Bible. Let me show you around the fish a minute. I do have another channel for that too. So upper right is where my mom's house is. I watch sunrise and sunsets there. Lower right is the guppies that are at the back of this room. The lower left is where... Hold that back down. Lower that. That is over to my left. And Waiwis, the albino plecostomus on the bottom there with koi. And then up above is the koi pond, the waterfall. I have lots more fish. And if you want to go over to my fish channel, you can watch them underwater. Normally at this time, we're raiding over there and I'm doing co-working. I'm going to try to not do a co-work, but go work outside today because I want to test out this. So I got to send myself an invite here.
Shows it all. Little fish, both big and small. Life in ponds so serene.
It's just gonna be faster to do it this way.
Beauty on a screen. See the ripples, watch the flow.
Sorry, when I forget when I have that there that they've got competing.
Flat caps charm and calming tone makes the fish feel right at home. Watch the fish, they swim along.
Competing songs there, I forget that. Let me turn that off.
Flat Cat Pastor shows the way. Stream it live, come what may.
Okay. Now let me try opening that. Bum 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 bum.
Refuse Cammy shows it all. Little fish, both big and small.
There we go.
Life in ponds so serene. Nature's beauty on a screen. See the ripples, watch the flow. Hear the music, gentle glow.
There we go. There
Flat
go.
cap's charm and calming tone makes the fish feel right at home. Watch the fish, they swim along
I hadn't thought about that
to the
part.
rhythm of his song. Flat cap pasture
that
shows the way.
connected here
Stream
a
it
second.
live, come what may.
All right. So let me see. What do I have here?
Flat
Oh,
cap
okay,
pasture
cool.
rocks his tree.
Now, okay.
Streaming life by the
Go
rain.
back over here a minute. Oh, still looking at the pond, FYI. Oh, yeah, I knew that. I was leaving there where I wasn't looking at the screen, so I was playing with my phone. Altus Rebbe. Video Ninja is a video connection system. So, like, I've got a whole meeting pulled up that I'll pull it up and show you here in a second. If this works, let's see what happens. Okay. So that's not the right. Oh, you know what? Let me check this a minute. Okay.
cap on his head, he's streaming live. Reading from the book, the word's so alive. A prayer in his heart that lifts the soul. In the digital world where spirits roll. Hallelujah, from the screen we scream. Join the pastor in the holy dream, spreading love with every verse he reads, planting hope like precious seeds. He's a shepherd with a virtual flock, leading us to faith around the clock. Tapping amen as we raise our hands in this sacred digital land. Don't need a pew to find the light. Through a screen he's shining bright, preaching peace and guiding us right. In our hearts his fire ignites. Hallelujah, from the screen we scream. Join the pastor in the holy dream, spreading love with every verse he reads, planting hope like precious seeds. Chat is buzzing with the gospel truth.